and now I think we're good. All right. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and we're live. Welcome back, welcome back. We are playing some Legacy of Kain Defiance. I think this is part 3. So quite a bit has happened. Oh gosh, what even happened last? So we've made it to basically the Vampire Citadel with Kain, and we're continuing the journey for him to kind of see what the vampires of old left. It's very interesting because this is something that was pointed out by Mobius of all people. And then Raziel was... We just got through Vorador's area. Basically, we went through his manor again, and not only did we find Vorador, but we found the body of Janos Aldrin. Totally, like, not decomposed or anything like that. Like, it was still kind of alive, and apparently the idea of it is that as long as his heart out there somewhere is beating, the body doesn't fall apart. I don't know. It was a really interesting thing that he's just like that cool, you know? But we're going to go ahead and continue, kind of see what's happening. I'm really looking forward to kind of see how all this wraps up and hopefully see what happens when these guys meet. We'll ignore whoever's over there. Hey, welcome in, everybody.
This history in part I knew already. How, as the vampires began to die out, the pillars summoned human guardians to fulfill their roles. It seemed the ancient vampires had adopted, and when necessary, abducted the human guardians and made vampires of them when they came of age, until the humans rebelled against their masters. And here, I made a surprising discovery. It was Mobius, the time streamer, and Mortanius, guardian of death, who led the bloody revolt. Now, I understood why Mobius hated me so intensely. I was the first vampire guardian in all these centuries, and he knew what my coming signified. Or perhaps I reminded him of all he had forsaken.
Okay, so this is very interesting. So, that looks like Mobius. He just said Mortanius, which is the Guardian of Death, who... I don't know if that was the Necromancer or not. And then that right there looks like Ariel. I can only assume that would be Ariel. So, he's upset that we were a vampire and a Guardian at the same time, but it's like we were turned into this by one of the circles. So what, it went against... There has to be more to that puzzle, like, I don't know. Because we were turned. So the fact that we were a guardian who was turned into a vampire, which seems like that was the original way because of the curse. So all we know is that Mobius designed it that we would kill William the Just, and then led that sparked the revolt in totally wiping out everybody, the huge scourge, and that maybe he was planning on us taking the sacrifice, and he didn't really plan for everyone to die. So it makes me wonder, why was his staff, where did he get his staff from? Is the staff itself a vampiric weapon? And that's why it's so effective against vampires. And since he had a weapon to nullify, let's say, any of the circle who would step out of line, I don't know why that would be the time streamers deal, but he had this gift that he realized could go against the flow of things, his masters and everything. And before he was turned, he led the revolt, or something like that. I don't know. It's very interesting. But it seems like if Mobius was that, it must have been like in his prime. So it means like the ancient vampires couldn't have been very far off. They couldn't have been, because he led the Seraphan against Yanox Uldren and probably saw the fall of the ancient vampires. That would be my guess. Oh, I don't know. It's very interesting. Oh my gosh, these guys are gonna beat me up. So we came through there. We can get in this now. Right, we can't do anything with these because we don't have the dark or something. Ooh. So this is going to be that power. So, okay, yes, yeah, I'm starting to remember some stuff. So I wonder if they left secrets in this game designed for you to come back and do a second playthrough.
The orb that once opened this portal had been destroyed. To power it, I would need to find a substitute.
Hey, welcome in, everybody. Is this Kain's first time fighting this? doesn't sound good at all. Okay, so it looks like we're missing something. Go back down. And that's saying go back up. Alright, let's just explore. I don't think we can. What are my fires again? Fire. I forget what that one is. It's something else. Ooh, something. Can I take this? So we can't just move it. Oh, is this going to be useful now? I might read you. Okay, okay. Let's go back up. There's got to be something farther along that we're not seeing. Of course. The Earth globe. This unmarred crystalline sphere surfaced is a clear as still water, beneath which is suspended an obsidian obelisk that upon close inspection is engraved with the symbols of time and energy, bastions of the elemental earth. Interesting. Very interesting. Ah, this is how you get this. I was wondering because I was like, we gotta be missing something here. Okay, now I could probably just run out when the doors are closed. I do appreciate the fact that at any point you can just look to see where you're supposed to go. It's a very small thing, but after going through the previous games, it's definitely nice. Like, you could argue, like, oh, it's a little bit babysitting, but it's fine. I really dig it, actually. So we can't take that. It probably wants us to just zip through. But we're going to keep exploring. Just to check some stuff out. What the heck is this? Like their spirits are leaving their body? Alright, this is definitely for... I also kind of like that Raziel and Kain are unknowingly exploring the similar paths. You know what I mean? So, like, if we don't get a reading from... Oh, dang it, I should have just jumped across. If we don't get a reading from one of the narrators, I guess. The other one picks it up and goes, oh, this is what this mural means to me. So we're at least getting everything. It would have been... I wouldn't say it would have been too much, but if, like, Kain ran through everything and just told us what all the murals were, and then we ran through, I think it would have been fine. Obviously, it seems like we see some from Kain first, and we see some from Raziel first, and it's just like, you know, they let both of them kind of explore, and I think that's very, very important. God knows what that was. This is... This isn't the water one. Which one is this? This one's blank. Welcome in. It wants me to go back, huh? Alright. Oh, hey.
Victors!
Feels good. there's a way to climb up. Must have been upstairs then. Earned Kain skin. Fledgling warlord. My enemies took everything from me, all my wealth and power, but they could not kill me. Now Now they will learn of fear. These mooing babies who thought they could destroy me. I will regain my power. I would come to them in the night, and my visits would not be kind. Okay, let's check that out. That sounds...
Bad Falcon.
So yeah, this is Blood Omen 2. I appreciate that it's the same facial design as Blood Omen 1, because it's really not that far off. Interesting. Examine. Tyrant, hero, words from poets. I seek only what serves Nosgoth, and I achieve that I do what I must be done. You, however, may be bound to this fate in ways neither of us yet grasp. Please note that non-default skins may exhibit visual oddities. Okay. So yeah, this is also Blood Omen 2, is what I would say. And then this is. And it's cool that the design is the design from his final outfit in the Blood Omen 2 game, where he has that ludicrous, good-looking armor. And this is clearly the warlord look that you start the game with. And I really appreciate just the fact that, like I said, it's young Vampire Kain with the Soul Reaver, finally. Because anybody who knows, when we finally got the Soul Reaver, pretty much the game ended. So that's awesome. You get all variations of it. 2, 3, and we're only missing 3 skins. For the playthroughs, I'm gonna do basic skins, but we will be checking those out. At least that way, everyone can see where I got it, and you know, feel free to let me know if there's any of them that I've missed, or any of them that I will, I guess, soon encounter when I do a second playthrough. Because I think this game deserves a second playthrough. It's definitely that much fun. Alright, we've definitely been here, I'm pretty sure. Because this is when Raziel's talking about the vampires wielding it, and then this is the battle of the Soul Reaver and the Pillars of Nosgoth locking him in. I wonder if that top left one is Illidan. Very interesting stuff, though. Alright, this one's kind of broken. Seems about right. Received Sphere of Energy. Buzzing and crackling, the stored power that translucent orb seems to serve as some sort of battery or energy source to fuel one of the arcane artifacts laying about this great citadel. So these are all in the Citadel then. I always thought that these were like... I guess some are and some aren't. Okay, yeah, this is the water area. We just, I guess with Kain, got to kind of decrepit one. Ooh, got me with the backswing. Okay, yeah. That explains how the vampires were all the original guardians. This was the water forge, I guess. It is really interesting that these can serve as nice. I guess still improvements for the spiritual deal. Welcome in, everybody. Okay, what are we doing here? So I wonder if that portal wasn't working the last time, because we were definitely at that forge last time. Let's crowd you together. I'm getting sloppy. Here we go. Still lead down. Does, because we went through there. Now we should be able to come here and open up this. Nice, nice. It's just the one? Yeah, yeah. Good lane.
Confronted again with depictions of the vampire's champion, the bearer of the River Blade. And here too was his Hilden adversary, with blazing eyes brandishing a flaming sword. Two heroes locked in combat which only one would survive. But which one? These murals prophesied two possible outcomes. I didn't know what Mobius was trying to concoct, but this all seemed too convenient.
Okay, so they definitely wagered everything that they had off of a choice as well. Okay, hey, I was looking at stuff. You guys, you give me a second. Oh god. Okay, so now that we're back, I believe. Which one am I even in? I have a pretty strong feeling that we were in this one already. This one was the air, okay.
Say mai, no vampire.
Oh, devastating. Makes sense. Makes sense. Something for the road. Gosh. Alright, that's all I really wanted to make sure. This is what I was looking for. Looking at you. My bad. Such a good move. Now we're going to the right. So this is something with so this was something with like Soul Reaver 2 that I didn't necessarily have a problem with, but I noticed it a lot where I was like starting to reuse a lot of stuff. Interesting, the final thing of balance. Alright, so I guess it doesn't really matter which way we go. Is that on that side? It is. Well, we'll go this way first. Alright, now it's just... Oh, okay, it's just a puzzle for that thing. Nice.
With this fourth and final fragment, the balance emblem was complete. I now had the means to unseal the mysterious chamber at the heart of the Citadel.
Interesting. Did you even say what power I got?
Balance emblem. Flame, dimension, lightning, time.
Ooh, it's time.
Balance emblem.
Oh, and there's a mystery.
Light up.
Right, and this is the curse. What you playing? I, my good sir, am playing Legacy of Kain Defiance, the remaster. It's a fantastic game if you're a fan of the Legacy of Kain games. It's perfect. Okay. Well, with that, let's just kind of poke around.
They victors!
Did I check everything in that room? I kind of got sidetracked. Alright, so there is a way back up, at least out. Alright, and this is the way I came through. Yeah, just re-skimming stuff, just being safe. Alright, we were in here. I don't believe we saw anything. Yeah, I was just down there. Alright. My misstep just kicks ass.
For my ancient ancestors, the dark gift was clearly a curse, damning them to a kind of spiritual purgatory. But why were they compelled to seal this chamber so securely? Perhaps the lock was not meant to keep intruders out, but to imprison something within.
Kain, scion of balance, savior of Nosgoth.
What is this?
Your arrival is foretold. The fates have willed it.
Is that so?
I am the oracle of your ancestors. I can provide the answers you require. You needn't speak. I know your mind. You seek knowledge of your creature Raziel. This I can offer, if you will look. He has found the body of unanswered. He journeys now to Avernus Cathedral to seek the heart of darkness. You know what this means.
And why would I trust your prophecies?
These events are already written just as you feared. But there is still time. He can be stopped.
If Avernus is in flames, Raziel is 5 centuries beyond my reach.
I may aid you in this regard as well. This portal will transport you in time to the very hour that Raziel arrives in Avernus. This task is yours to carry out, since it was you who made him what he is. When you are ready, you may pass through.
I knew, of course, that this oracle was not to be trusted. But in the end, what choice did I have?
Okay, so that is quite a few things we need to unpack. A, the so-called Oracle has to be the benefactor. It's the same voice actor. So, I mean, the question is, did the vampires... Are they the reason why he's locked up? And is that the main reason why he's on the bottom of the pillars? This could be explained by it was a coincidence. Apparently, the bigger he grows, the more he's everywhere. He's kind of like, I wouldn't call him like the primordial serpent where he's supposed to wrap around the world. I think he's like a primordial squid. You know, his arms forever reach until nothing is beyond his reach. That and this, oh god, if I can spin it. Oh, hey. That looks like the circle. Or the wheel of fate. So you see the vampire coming up and then dying, and then what looks like a spirit going back, and it's a circle. So as things are born, they die and then are brought back. And it keeps going over and over. So maybe reincarnation's a thing. If it's not a thing, then it's always destined that he's supposed to feed off of the souls, and that's why Raziel and the other wraiths are super important, is because he needs something to help him feed. And maybe the vampires knew something about it, and it was not bueno. But this is the first actual depiction, and it's like, it's clearly the it's clearly like an eye, but you look at it and that's actually what the pillars are sitting on, is that symbol. And the fact that he's on the bottom of the pillars, ironically, makes me think that they were always supposed to go back to the pillars as part of the wheel. So maybe he has something more than what the Hilden have in store. But maybe he was an oracle and then sided with the Hilden because they promised him more death or something crazy, like they were like planning on being ushers. I don't know. Huge crazy theory. And then what is this? Ironically, it kind of like the world serpent thing, but that is also a sign of death and rebirth right there. So it makes me wonder what this is for. All right, hold your breath.
This peculiar sensation was familiar to me, and the chamber did indeed appear altered by time. In this regard, at least, the oracle seemed to have been truthful.
I have delivered you faithfully to the very hour you desire. You know what must be done, Kain. There is only one way to prevent Raziel from doing great harm.
He is not my enemy.
But you are his.
Yeah, now that's all messed up. Oh, hey, what up? Yeah, this place was already dilapidated before.
From this vantage point, I could see the city of Avernus in flames. The Oracle had indeed brought me to the time it promised. It might also be true then that Raziel was already there, seeking the heart of darkness. If so, he had to be stopped. I could not allow Janus to be raised.
Right, so that's clearly going to bat for him. All right, let's explore a little bit and then just kind of ponder on this. Hey, I just want to see if there's anything new around here. So Raziel was in the underworld for like, I don't know, a good 1,000 years or something like that, before the events of 1. And then in the short time that he was there, about 500 years had separated him and Kain. But now that everything... Okay, yeah, they've officially blocked me off. But now that everything that he has been told is now once again redirecting him to the idea of killing Kain. And especially with the idea of him seeing the paintings of the Vampire Savior and the Hilden Champion. So it's very encouraging, I would say. I don't know. It does not look good.
Somewhere in this great cathedral, the heart of darkness lay concealed. The city outside was in chaos, and the cathedral would not be immune for long. During such times, buried secrets were often suddenly revealed, or lost forever.
Were we in Avarice during the events of 1? Yeah, we're about to get a new power. I got blinded by the light. Obsidian spear. Okay. At first glance, this appears to be a not more than a simple obsidian sphere. However, on closer inspection, it is covered with a strange tracery of crimson veins that pulse faintly. It's pretty metal. Okay, so now this should take us to the one we were just at. I like how there's the color change between him and Kain's.
I had seen this symbol throughout these ruins. I should have realized what it was they worshipped. Now there was no question, for this scene depicted the ancient vampires' torment and despair as their curse cast them from the wheel of fate. So this was the god whose abandonment had driven them to madness and suicide. Finally, I understood. It was not the bloodthirst, but their immortality that was the true nature of their enemy's curse. The wisest, strongest, most noble race, gulled by the voice of that old parasite. But I had seen him, and whatever he was no god.
Interesting. That makes more sense. They were removed from the Wheel of Fate. Interesting. Looks like the one I took. I don't like that it takes way longer to do, but I do appreciate that it's like more of a struggle. It was a lot better than the T pose that you would get.
All upon the wheel are blessed.
Rejoice in the turning of the wheel.
It does turn, but we cannot see it.
Your wheel is a lie.
You will turn the wheel.
Come.
Die.
Oh, wow. It's like, does one make me slow, one makes me fast? things. Of course. I did it to myself. Nice. Alright, yeah, this is just where I came to get human.
This spirit vessel was shielded by layers of occult energy. There had to be some means to dispel this barrier.
Okay. I was just waiting to, like, every time I go in that room, something crazy is gonna happen. Way that came. Okay, yeah. So there's the waterway. I just want to take a peek if I can in the other one. And a dark. See, this is like a really nice way to reuse things, though. I know I was kind of like kind of complaining about it. 2, it wasn't bad because everything was super unique. This one, you're getting to see him in like 2 different times, which is what I really liked about it in 2. But now it's like, oh, the events that Kain did in his time are starting to pay off here, and I think that's really cool. Come on now. Time for darkness. What's the darkness? I wouldn't imagine that it would relock it, but just to be safe.
As the Reaver absorbed the souls of the original Energy and Time Guardians, it was imbued with the elemental power of Earth with which their principles were aligned.
It's Earth. Interesting. I guess it makes sense on how we got out. Alright, hold on. That looks like fire. So yeah, okay. So this game's definitely more designed to play another time. Because we had that Earth thing at a time that we wouldn't have been able to use it. Okay, let's just investigate. So I got 2 that I can't go through. And whatever this is. That doesn't open that. Oh, it's whatever this would be. Okay. So is that towards me? Or would that be this way? Tough to say. No. So that would go. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's got to be something more that I'm missing, because I'm thinking that it's going to open these, but there's probably something in here that I have to do, right? There's got to be something. Because I can't interact with it. Gosh. Okay, and now I would imagine somehow, some way, this, like, I should be able to do one at a time. I would think. Because clearly going in there like this does not help. Wind, sun, fire. Oh my gosh, work with me. What happens if we do opposite sides? Bolt on one. Took me a little longer, but I mean, process of elimination, might as well do everything in the book. Okay, and we already saw... Oh, it stays open. There wasn't really any secrets in here. I was just kind of checking. Oh, it's the other side. I should be able to just... Yeah. Just to make sure. Yeah, nothing really secret here. Man, I feel like I've just not gotten a lot of plasma. I don't know if that's the same with everyone else, but I feel like I've just not been getting a lot with them. Oh my god. Holy crap! I haven't seen you guys since 2. Kind of a weird time for you guys to show up now. Okay. Alright, I feel like I liked fighting these guys a lot better in 2. Even though this combat's way better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those guys show up in Blood Omen as well. Like, they are just monstrous. Clearly, but you know what I mean. Dark Scripture. What a curious book this is. Seemingly fit only for the most forbidden of altars, this tome is bound in black leather, adorned with an array of unidentifiable angled symbols and runes. Its pages are filled with incomprehensible psalms written in blood. Okay, well, there's only one altar that I know of, but let's just kind of skim the rest of this.
As the handsome coffin hides the putrefying corpse within, the great cathedral of Avernus seemed to hold its own secrets, hidden in the catacombs beneath its vaulted chambers. Was this the source of the corruption that infected Nosgoth? Vorador had hinted at something more. History is written by the victors. Beneath the vaults of Avernus, I discovered scenes that told a familiar story, but from a very different point of view. This was the work of the enemy race, and revealed what the vampire histories had conveniently omitted. How the noble vampires, god-ridden and righteous, had started the wars that would destroy both races, victor and vanquished alike. Their adversaries opposed the vampires' god, and refused to submit to the wheel of fate. For this, they were banished. I now understood the poetic irony of their curse, and my resemblance to the vampire's enemy no longer seemed so accidental.
So he really was their oracle, and that they started the war because they refused to worship their god. So this was something I wanted to know. What caused the war? I didn't think we would get it, but it turns out that the oracle, or the benefactor, has had a lot of roles to play in this world. So he was probably using them to keep the wheel going. And then the Hilden, he pretty much, I would assume, convinced them to try and join. They denied it. And then because of that, they were banished to the demon realm. But they cursed them with not immortality, but with vampirism and staleness, allowing them, not only to be immortal, but now become out of the wheel of fate. And because of that, their god turned their back on them, and that he was like, we need to destroy vampires to get them back into the cycle. Interesting. Ooh. Keeper of Secrets. His whispers echo in my mind, brought me back from the brink of insanity or covenant. Kain's death for my rebirth. Now I stalk the world, serving my need of vengeance, feeding my hunger, my insatiable hunger.
Material weaver, ornamental shield.
Keeper of Secrets, Angel of Death. Crazy. These just look so rad, but this Raziel, dude, he looks pretty slick. I wonder if this is what he would have formed into if he stayed with everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're like one off. I guarantee you one of those was in that room I couldn't open up. Oh my god.
Leave us. Mist includes last and shades. Leave us.
I didn't think I was going to be able to feed, but it was worth a shot. Oh my gosh. Oh, baby. I'd hate to see what's in the ethereal realm right now.
The circle is alive. It binds my soul. The circle is my world. By my death will it thrive.
Let's do fire. Gosh. Let's do wind. Let's try
The
wind.
banished race foretold a hero who would deliver them from their oppressors and destroy the shackles of the vampire's tyrannous god, the same hero that bore the flaming sword. What game was this, where every player on the board claimed the same pawn?
So, Raziel, your true nature is finally revealed. You were never the vampire's savior. It is to the Hilden race you belong. And when Kain realizes this, what do you think he will do?
But we share. We still look more ancient vampire than we ever did. So we were as close to an ancient vampire as we possibly could be when we were a vampire, except we didn't share their blue skin. Crazy enough, when we were stripped of everything and turned into a wraith, we resembled the ancient vampires more than anything. I'll give Raziel the benefit of the doubt because he had never seen a Hilden. The Kain that we are now has never really faced a Hilden, but he has memories from younger Kain doing so. So he knows what Hilden are. They are a very distinct looking race. So it's just interesting that Raziel is being betrayed to be he with the flaming sword, which I mean, I guess makes sense because we have a flaming sword.
Great Hashagik, we hear you. We offer this sacrifice upon the altar of the world.
In the depths of Avernus Cathedral, I stumbled upon a bloody ritual. Was this the source of the corruption that had overtaken the city?
May this blood nourish you for all eternity. The wrath of Hashagik has once more been averted. Depart now as ever in his service.
What was it that these deluded humans worshipped with such fervor? Was this the dreaded unspoken that Vorador had warned me about? The so-called god inhabited this hideous pit. I was about to meet it.
Smell no blood. Throat cut first, blood gouging, then it falls into the pit. The sacrifice is rejected. You will know my wrath. Not possible. No, it could not be.
Stand away, monster!
No. That voice. Not possible. I know that voice. But he fell. The abyss. He ended there.
I did not fall into the abyss.
Oh, it remembers that, does it?
I was thrown in by my own brethren.
I heard what you did to them. And now you have found me at last.
Terrell!
Terrell. Yes, that was my name then.
The others were grotesque, but
Yes, I am changed. I have become a god. Greater than you ever were, Raziel. You were never a god. Greater even than Kain.
it is to you that these humans offer their blood sacrifices.
Hashagik. Hashagik. Yes.
But how did this happen?
I was summoned. There was darkness and great hunger. Then I was found.
Why do you stay in this terrible place?
Why stay? Would I remain if I could get out? While they hound me and tear at me and... The hour is at hand, as it was foretold.
Terrell?
Use his voice to command the disciples above. We demand offerings to keep the host alive. He has been a durable vessel, but he can take us no further. You must prevail. The
champion of our enemy draws near. No! I must have blood! Bring me blood! Or feel the wrath of your god. Yours. Yes, it will strengthen me against them.
What are you doing?
No more questions. No more worship. Time to run. Time to scream. Time to die.
So is this why... Oh my gosh. So is this why we couldn't find him in 1? Alright, hold on. This looks kind of important. Ooh, so we cannot do any... How the hell do I hurt this dude? Oh my god, this is how you fought him back in the day? Oh wow, okay, so you pretty much want to stay by these. Okay, cool. We're getting somewhere. I think it's hilarious that we all got some kind of crazy traits of bats. Dang it. Do the roar. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get up to him.
Yes, now. Go, speed your endeavor. Face him and kill him. Destroy the binding at last. We shall all be free.
Okay. Okay, so now they're in bounds. Okay, so what? He was abducted? Because that was... Ooh. So this is like, what, 500 years past...
Come to me, my undead son. Make haste to the pillars. The stage is set for the grand finale. You will have your vengeance.
Mortanius.
So, you have come out into the open at last. The binding must be fragile indeed. But you will find you are too late.
What am I too late for this time?
No, no, not now. You are too late for the victory you sought. I have beaten you after all.
You have mistaken my identity.
Have I? You forget who schooled me in the ancient prophecies. This vessel speaks truly. You are indeed overdue, but it no longer matters in the least. With or without you, we will prevail.
So, I finally meet the unspoken. And here it is, nestled in the heart of the circle itself. Ironic.
Poetic justice. To topple the foundations of the pillars from within. We shall have our revenge in full measure and for all time. This one has little strength left. One must not break him. Your kind does not like to lose.
I seek the heart of darkness.
Ah, now you think of that. But as I told you, you are too late. The heart has served its function. I have used it to set prophecy in motion. I created the champion foretold by my masters, who is destined to be your destroyer. The Scion of Balance will save Nosgoth. The Pillars will return to vampire guardianship as intended, and your race will be cast down forever.
Kain. You use the heart of darkness to create Kain.
How else? I refused at first to believe the ancient myths. I thought the vampires were simply a plague upon mankind, a pestilence we had to control. But they were right, and we were wrong to overthrow them, Mobius and I. We didn't understand what it was the Pillars were holding back. I have made my atonement. I will continue to make it to the end, which will be soon now. But I know Kain will set it right. He will restore balance. And none too soon. My enemy is growing stronger.
Where is the heart of darkness now? Did you destroy it?
You still don't understand, do you? You cannot make use of it as long as Kain guards it with his life.
Kain has it. It is in Kain.
Check and mate. This deed will redeem first me and then all Nosgoth. It must. This one grows weak, but we will soon have a stronger vessel. The long-awaited hour approaches. Our release is at hand. I must finish it now.
Kain. Why is this no surprise?
Because our destinies run together, Raziel, like two rivers that have met and can never be distinct again. At your every fatal turn, you'll find me.
And the free will you said was mine. What has become of that?
You still have it. And that has everything to do with my presence here now.
It was your machinations that set my destiny in motion. The coin you tossed has struck the earth. Now you must abide by its outcome.
The coin is still turning, Raziel. To reach the resolution we both can live with, that will best serve our futures, Janos Ordran must not be raised.
Because you do not wish it. Is my free will to be exercised only when it accords with your whim?
There is much more at stake in this than you know.
Yes, and it is Janos who has the answers I desire.
You must trust me, Raziel. Our intentions, for Nosgoth, for our futures, are not so diverse.
I must trust you. Or
I've not come here to threaten you, Raziel.
you say that while you hold in your hand the instrument of my doom.
I saved you from the Reaver once. I have no intention of imprisoning you within the blade.
At least not until the moment it serves your plans to do so.
You are not the only one at risk. I may carry the instrument of your destruction, but I do have taken a chance in coming here. Or haven't you realized? You bear the only weapon that can kill me.
Then you know what I am, and who you are.
I believe I do.
And still you think you can move me about like your pawn? Think again, Kain.
Take heed, Raziel.
Why? If we are who we are, then are we not destined to fight to the death to decide the fate of Nosgoth?
Don't be a fool! I will not fight you!
And that will be the prophesied hero's battle? I win because you will not fight me? The mighty Kain, scion of balance, would-be savior of Nosgoth, surrenders before the final battle even begins!
If this will make you see reason...
Okay, first of all, cheap shot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, things are starting to... I don't even know what they're doing. Okay, let's think about this. Because it did not give me a time to digest anything. Okay, so Mortanius, which was the necromancer, who is also the dude who revolted with Mobius, thought that the vampires were basically a scourge. He was not there long enough, obviously, because he was one of the reincarnated people who, or not reincarnated, but he was one of the chosen few to become of this circle. And before they could be turned into vampires, they revolted. But he had seen how things were going because he was one of the first people, probably because he was the Deuter of Death, the guardian of death, that he realized that the Hilden were right behind everybody. And that the pillars were the only thing that were guarding it. Or that the pillars were the only thing that was guarding the, basically the realm that opened up the door into the demon realm, is what I'm trying to say. So, since the Heart of Darkness was the last true artifact besides the Soul Reaver of the vampires, I'm sure that there was like a handful of other things. There was the Citadel and all kinds of other cool stuff. But he realized that he had to make another vampire. So he made Kain. I assume basically what happened is that either he did, I can't remember if it was him alone or if it was like the whole circle, but he alone, I don't know. I assume he was the reason that Kain got assassinated. And then he remade him into the vampire. But it wasn't just like how he did, where he just like waved his hands and turned him into a vampire, cursed him with the vampiric whatever, and made false vampires. No, he put the Heart of Darkness inside Kain, making him a vampire. And therefore allowing the balance guardian, the last guardian, into a vampire. So he tried to correct things, but I assume Mobius was influenced by somebody. Maybe he didn't put two and two together, and he realized that and he thought that the vampires were still bad because he had the staff, which I can only assume is another vampire thing to help keep vampires in check in case there was like inner revolt or something like that. Maybe it was a gift to be like, if we ever get out of our way, you guys can check us. Or he stole it and that's what helped him with that, because in Blood Omen 1 it seems like there's more than one Heart of Darkness, and I can only assume all of the ancient vampires had Hearts of Darkness, but since Janos Aldrin was the last one, it was the final Heart of Darkness, and it was used to create Kain. And then Raziel, his eyes are glowing green. I don't know if that's green right there. They look still white, but now it's ultimate friggin' boss time. Oh my god, you psycho, get away from me. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's using all of his moves. I wonder why he glows green like that. My goodness, this is amazing.
Now, you will listen to me. The Heart of Darkness must remain undiscovered. Great harm will come of its use.
You don't know where it is, do you?
No,
You never looked for it.
it doesn't matter, Raziel. Listen to me. You must understand that every creature is bound to one predestined path. We are all shackled.
To the wheel of fate. Believe me, I know that even better than you do.
All but one. Because of your remaking, you are the one unbound creature. The one among us all that truly has free will. You have a choice, Raziel.
Which I'm sure I must make at your direction. Your pawn has reached the end of the board, Kain. And now my powers may even surpass yours. How ironic if the creature that you made should prove your own undoing. Now, we finish this. Once and for all.
Oh my gosh, now I'm Raziel.
Raziel. They picked us. I didn't. Woe to the conquered. I have found the heart of darkness, and you go to oblivion. Kain was gone. The madness of this place had somehow fueled my rage. And as it subsided, I felt no elation, no sense of victory. Only a calm certainty that we had once again walked blindly into our enemy's trap. I couldn't be sure whether Kain had truly intended to destroy me. And now it appeared I would never know.
The Heart of Darkness. Oh my god, he said the line Ve Victus. Woe to the conquered. That's so... and the music, beautiful. This relic, reputedly possessed of the ability to restore vampiric unlife, originally rested within the chest of Janos Aldrin. Will the returning of the heart with its proper owner at the price of Kain's death finally allow me to achieve my freedom? I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. And I guess so. There's nothing else to do. I just wanna... Ooh. So glad we decided to look.
In my absence, the estate had been overrun by Mobius's soldiers. I hoped that they had not yet found the entrance to the crypt or discovered the body of Janos. Of Vorador, there was no sign.
Raziel, the conquering hero. I understand we ought to offer congratulations. Kain, at last, is dead.
I suppose you expect similar congratulations on the death of Vorador. Or has he eluded you?
We have him. Not without a considerable price in blood.
That will have pleased him.
Let it sustain him until his head is off, and every vampire in Nosgoth at last is dead.
And will that knowledge sustain you? You too are going to your death.
For a true servant of the one God, death is never bitter. I will go, again at peace with the knowledge that I have played my small part in our master's plans. Kain is at last destroyed, and you have carried out the deed. Which hero do you think you are now? The vampire savior, or the other one? Have you realized yet that it didn't matter to us which one either of you thought you were, so long as the result was the same in the end? And now, Kain is dead. Really, I cannot thank you enough.
So, this has all been arranged every step of the way. And Kain thought I truly had free will.
Oh, but you do. And there's the greatest triumph of all. To have compelled the one player who could choose into doing exactly what we required. Well done, faithful servant. And now, I have an execution to see to.
Wretched vampire.
Interesting. Even though we're like 500 years in the future, Vorador has yet to be dead. And considering it was about 30 years before Kain's main stuff. It explains why Vorador's alive. He just didn't die yet. This was the big scourge. If it was 30 years before Kain's, supposedly. Yeah, I'm so lost where we are in the timeline.
Destroy him! Destroy him!
Gosh. Yeah, it's like, so where are we in the timeline? Because if this is 500 years in the future, this should already be past where Kain's stuff is. Or this is right before Kain's choice. completely by accident, but cool.
Destroy it!
Okay, now it makes sense why this door's here now.
Destroy it!
I should have done a loop real quick. Because it seems like just about every level is gonna have at least one. I don't know if it's one of each, whether it's a power-up and an unlockable, but it's worth the look.
foul feast.
I wonder who she was. She was probably like one of these ancients. Okay, so
Creature.
sorry, Dark Souls would tell me check everything. Just because. Just because. I'm getting pretty sloppy about not making sure. Yeah, they should be like broken. Yeah. Wasn't this? Yeah, and that's just the way back. Just the way back. I mean, for the sake of breaking stuff, I guess we can. Just to be safe. I would rather do it and then realize it was a complete waste of time. And then instead of doing it and finding that the one that we could have got if we would have broken it. Oh my gosh. Equip Earth Reaver to be heavy underwater. Wow. this allows me to interact with things. It does. Okay, well, since I can't get that... Alright, I guess a more serious question is how would I get that? So let's look around a little bit. Hey, what's happening? Good to see you. See, I'm noticing stuff over there, so maybe we should swim back up and just check for anything. Because we can't go through there, and there's nothing to be done up here. Oh wow, you can get them, okay. How you doing today, Insomniac? I think it was at the bottom over here anyway. be closed. Kind of looks like it. Let's still go back in here. Ah. Alright. Vordor has to be alive. He just got to be a little beat up. Alright. I know I just saw it, but for the sake of making sure, let's just loop through. Alright, Janos.
This relic had come at so high a cost. My blood offering for the answers I sought from this enigmatic corpse. It was the price of my freedom, for which Kain had paid with his life. Had I journeyed so far and forsaken so much, only to have it end like this?
I remember. Raziel, the heir of prophecy. You came for the Reaver, just before the Seraphim found me.
You've been entombed here for 5 centuries. Your murderers are long dead.
500 years. And Vorador?
Also dead. Your bloodline is erased. The age of the vampires is coming to an end.
Then we must waste no time.
I'm not who you think I am, nor is this a benevolent act. I have questions that apparently you alone can answer.
Raziel, there are forces in this world that will strive to deceive you and pervert your destiny. But you must believe your arrival foretells the salvation of the vampire race.
Why then would the vampires devise a weapon to consume and imprison their savior?
No, that cannot be.
While the blade yet exists, I am drawn inexorably toward my doom. It was you who bound me to this fate. Only you can release me.
Raziel, you have been misled. You are ordained by prophecy to wield the Reaver.
And so I do, though not quite as you'd envisioned.
Redeemer and Destroyer. Is it possible? Did I misread all the signs? It seems your destiny is more labyrinthian than I had imagined. You must trust me, Raziel. We may have very little time. I will convey you to the place where your answers lie.
Where have you brought me?
We are within the ancient citadel of the vampire race, long ago defiled and abandoned. This fortress endured through centuries of war against our great enemy.
The Hilden.
Yes. From this chamber, we witnessed the summoning of the Pillars and the banishment of our adversaries from the land. This is a dire omen. The Binding is in peril. The hour of prophecy is at hand.
It's too late. The Pillars are already damned.
As long as a single one of us stands, there is still hope. The Pillars must not remain under human guardianship. They are not competent to serve.
Why then did you allow the pillars to fall into human hands?
Raziel, there is no time.
I want answers. The world can end this instant for all I care.
Very well. The Hilden cursed us as they fell, afflicting our race with a predatory bloodthirst. But with this transformation came our enemy's true revenge. Immortality.
They liberated you from the Wheel of Fate.
They imprisoned our souls in this flesh, expelling us from the purifying cycle of death and rebirth.
And yet you pass the curse on.
It was a necessary evil. Our immortality banished us from God's grace. He turned his sight from us and fell silent. Many took their own lives, unable to bear the separation from our God.
Not you, though.
Curse or blessing, it is the price we pay to keep the Hilden banished from the land. To sustain the binding, we had to preserve our bloodline, and so we passed the dark gift to the human successors of our fallen guardians. They rebelled, inevitably, refusing the curse and seizing the pillars as their own. And so we come to our present dilemma. While mankind governs the pillars, the binding decays. The Hilden strain against the barriers of their prison, scratching to gain a foothold back into this world.
And what does all this mean to me?
We stand at the threshold of a new eon, Raziel, and you are the fulcrum upon which our destiny turns. Beneath this room lies our innermost sanctum. The outer chamber has been opened. It appears events are already in motion. This token is the key to the mysteries you seek. I cannot accompany you. You must face this trial alone. If you prevail, you will have your answers.
And if I fail the test?
Then you will not return.
Golden Orobos. This broad golden torque was given to me by Janos to open the way further into the Guardian Citadel. Though its appearance imitates that of an Orobos, its unending circle is broken, a fitting symbol of the vampire's fate, or perhaps of my own. Okay, so now they're just full on letting us know. I imagine that was the Balance Guardian. The holiest of holies. So they really were cursed. And because of that eliminated them from the Wheel of Fate. Thus seen as abominations not only to the people around them, but to their god, which is the benefactor. So then they had a contingency plan, or made one, in hopes that it would work itself out by some means. I don't know. gosh. Oh, of course these guys can see me in the underworld. So that's clearly where I'm supposed to go. So let's just skim around, skim around. Oh my god. Nothing. Okay, what are we doing here? Alright, and this is what I was looking for.
I should have known I'd find you here.
Here and everywhere, now and always. I am the wheel and it's turning. I am the circle of life and death.
And I am beginning to think the vampires committed suicide only to escape your voice.
Do not forego my favor with your impertinence, Raziel. You have finally fulfilled your purpose. I am pleased.
What are you trying to obliterate here, then? What is it about me that has you so afraid?
Your fate is trivial, Raziel. It was Kain's destiny that mattered all along.
So yeah, whether if they were gonna win or lose, it was Kain's destiny. He even had wings. How cool is that?
My master seemed keen to extinguish the purifying fire of the Spirit Forge. Perhaps the Reaver would loosen his grip.
Even his weird eyes are showing up.
The sword was endowed for the sign of balance, for Kain, and
let's just kind of explore. So the Balance Guardians were here for... Oh wow, now it's just ultimate looking. For the ultimate test for the Scion Balance. The Scion Balance was the betting card of what they needed, which is Kain. Oh, it's so strong now. Soul. Oh my gosh, it's so strong. How the heck am I supposed to get over there? Ooh. Pre-fallen lieutenant. Over time, we'd become less human and more divine. Kain would enter a state of change and emerge with a new gift. Some years after the Master, our evolution would follow until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. Did I just get what I think I did? Pre-fallen lieutenant. Yo. It's such a shame. Like, it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's such a shame that they didn't add the actual wings, because that's the description for it. But the fact that we get Vampire Raziel, amazing. So I'm only missing 3. And I think I'm only missing 3 still. Yeah, with him. Coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm just gonna run like this. I was wondering how we got back up there. I didn't even check.
Janos, what is this?
The binding is failing. All is lost.
We had arrived at that cataclysmic moment when a younger Kain faced his fateful dilemma as Balance Guardian. Choosing self-preservation over sacrifice, he doomed the Pillars to eternal ruin.
Raziel, there may yet be hope. There is one who will be called. You must seek the Scion of Balance. Dear God! Raziel, we meet again. You have played your part flawlessly. It is gratifying to attain both freedom and vengeance in a single stroke. No! You cannot! This one is strong. Good. My next move requires a more durable host. Mortals are such fragile vessels. Willing or not, you have provided the instrument of our victory.
I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
You pathetic creature. You haven't got a clue. The seduction of the Circle and possession of Mortanius, Ariel's murder, the corruption and collapse of the Pillars, all orchestrated as a prelude to this moment. We sought an incorruptible vessel, and you provided one. We required the blood of our ancient enemy, and you delivered Janos Aldrin, having first been lured to the heart of darkness. Best of all, you murdered the Scion of Balance to get it. We've already won. Raziel, you must not allow them to carry out their plan. Kill me, and you end it now. Oh. Suicidal like the rest of them. Know your place, Raziel. The true hero plays his role, and then steps aside. You deluded ghoul. Do you so wish to die a martyr for the vampire's lost cause?
You're not leaving this chamber. I will destroy Janos if I have to.
Very well, then. I'll indulge you.
Oh, yo, it's the music. Oh my god, this guy's kind of beefy.
Raziel. Finish it before he returns.
You should have listened to me. Now it is finished, and thus a new epic has its beginning. Do you see? However far you stray, you will always return to me. Surrender, Raziel. Never! Your efforts are wasted, Raziel. That weapon you bear, however endowed, remains only a wraith blade. It cannot touch me.
I will not be your prisoner.
You have no choice. Your task is fulfilled. Kain has been cleared from the board, and this chamber made ready for my more malleable servants. There is nothing more for you to do.
I refuse to bend my will.
It has always been my will you satisfy, never your own.
You parasitic fraud. You're forced to imprison me because I possess free will.
You possess nothing. As you are undying, your soul cannot be returned to the wheel. But it may console you to abide here in eternity with me. Mobius, my good servant, I call you to the place of our first meeting. Return to me here.
I awoke to find myself in a shadowy realm. A disquieting stillness lay where my heart had been, the heart that had belonged to Janus Ordran all along. How was it possible that I still lived?
You are still very full, vampire. That will go first. This realm will render you hideous. You will go mad. You will not know it.
What is this place?
Do you not think of this place every day, vampire? Or are we truly forgotten? This is the exile into which we were driven. But soon now, soon we will be free. We will be free.
Okay. Okay, holy crap. Let's just kind of... Amazing. Amazing. So, apparently now we're in the demon realm where the Hilden was knocked into. I'm trying to figure out... So, the last time we saw Janos Uldren, before all of that, is that he was being used kind of as a battery, and then he fell into this dimension. Did he... The problem is that he leaves. So the new memories are like 200 to 400 years after the fall of the pillars, because the fall of the pillars is what rises up the Hilden Lord. So that has to be a separate timeline. It just has to be. Kind of like this. This has to be a new timeline now. It's just okay. So Vorador dies in the Vampire Scourge no matter what, apparently. Which means we have a couple of different timelines. the original where everything happens, where the Reaver turns into the Soul Reaver and then the Spirit Blade. And then we have the continuation where it would normally happen, where Kain dies at the chapel, and then Raziel ultimately goes into the Reaver. And then we have the retelling where, because of the events of Blood Omen 2 happened. Now, I still don't fully understand that, where he got new memories from, and he learned of the Hilden that way. Because then Vorador's alive and Janos is alive, and he goes to the demon dimension. Now, let's say, because that timeline can exist, because now we're at the catalyst before even Blood Omen 2 happens. So they must have, after the Vampire Scourge, found that body and used it as whatever after Kain dies. Maybe he does do the sacrifice? No, he can't, because Blood Omen 2 happens. But the Scourge still happens. So how does Vorador live? It doesn't exactly say he's dead. He's on the way of getting beheaded. But he's not dead. So maybe he gets away. And then the Hilden claim Janos' body and do something to it. And then it falls into the demon dimension. And this one, Vorador attacking Seraphan must have went and reclaimed his body, since the steps and everything were unlocked, and every door was unlocked thanks to Raziel, and reclaimed his body. And then I can only imagine the Heart of Darkness was corrupted when we claimed it, after being angry and like kind of possessed, because we got possessed after we killed Terrell, and then it must have went into the Heart of Darkness and then went into Janos. That would be my guess. So, I mean, besides being a separate timeline is the only thing I can factor. Blood Omen 2 doesn't really... I can understand why they were like, okay, we just need to like kind of retcon it, but since this is a world about timelines, it doesn't really need to be retconned. It just goes, all right, this is to help explain who the enemies are and what they did. But this full on tells you what ended up happening with everything. Interesting. Is the only thing I can get.
They victors!
Alright, I need to take care of that guy first.
felt strongly drawn, compelled even, not to linger here, but to go to the vampire citadel at once.
Risen Conqueror. In the dark aeon, at the dawning of my empire, did I laugh the hardest in the face of danger. I was foolhardy then. Even as my enemies' plans came to their fruition, for I knew that my life would last long, that my invincibility would assure. Such were the vainglories of lost youth. Risen Conqueror. Oh, another... This is like in between Blood Omen and Blood Omen and Blood Omen 2, because I still have the light armor gauntlets of they're a little different. So this must be after he conquered everything. Interesting. I will say, very cool skins in this. Obviously, Kain's are, I would argue Kain's are probably a little cooler. Just because there's so much more that Kain has. Yeah, but Kain has gone through, I don't know, I think I just find Kain stuff a little more fascinating. Like, it's really cool, like... I don't know. A lot of Raziels are really interesting, but they're kind of like, they're all wraiths, which I mean, arguably, all of Kain's are all Kain. So I mean, they're both really great. I'm gonna have another ambush here in a second. I just know it. Kind of a weird place to teleport. Oh, it's because I don't have that Reaver. Interesting.
They victors!
Lord, give us strength. I command you to be gone. I command you to be gone.
I knew what ominous hour this was in Nosgoth's history. For here was the event that had shaped my entire existence. I had cast my fate, refusing the sacrifice, damning the pillars, and founding my doomed empire upon their ruins. I would raise the Salafan priests to be my closest lieutenants, and would one day cast the strongest of them, my servant Raziel, into the abyss, dealing one last hand to play against fate. But in the end, had it made any difference? Had I misread the signs, as Mobius told me? In my arrogance, had I missed my cast at destiny?
Really? Even the shadow dudes are gone? No, well, we still gotta check everywhere. There's gotta be like one ambush still, right? Alright, there's that one that's kind of like where the jump is at. I didn't look at that. I think that was this way. Yep, even this way's closed. Yep, they're just trying to funnel me to the action. Oh, whoa, okay, okay. Let's just take it easy.
The Hilden are merely an inconvenient consequence. They will be dealt with in time. It is a small price to pay for Kain's death.
You're a bit premature.
Kain!
Is there a crack in your omniscience after all, Mobius? First, your omniscience, and now your powers. You're slipping badly.
This is not possible.
The part of me that staff affected is no longer in its place. But you already knew that, didn't you? I always was considered heartless. And now, Mobius, it is time.
To kill me? Again? Your only solution for every problem. Kill.
This is not a debate. You see, this time, you have nothing that I want.
You think this will matter? I serve one who has power over life and death.
Then go to him.
I am his obedient, his devoted servant. Soon, all pain will fade, and my master will bring me life once more. Master, my apologies. A momentary oversight. Somehow Kain still lives and has unexpectedly dispatched me. Make use of your good servant and...
Go to your master, then. I release you to the wheel.
Oh, God,
Do you see it now? The monster that you served. Is this what you imagined when you worshipped it? And in that knowledge, go and feed it. I release you.
Your petty actions are irrelevant, Raziel. Mobius was a good servant, but he was of no further use. His long life had run its course. You see, Even when you rebel, you are doing my will.
Perhaps. But something has changed, hasn't it? You didn't foresee Kain's return.
You have both traced your paths along the wheel. This is where the journey ends.
You haven't the means to kill either one of us.
Ah, but you can be stopped. And you will come to understand how oblivion can be a mercy. You and Kain will spend eternity buried here together, praying for the merciful release of a death that will never come.
But I was armed with newfound knowledge, and it burned within me.
Redeemer and Destroyer.
Mobius had never seen his master until the Soul Reaver purified his sight. Even the ancient vampires had no idea what it was they so righteously worshipped.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
All the conflict and strife throughout history, all the fear and hatred, served but one purpose: to keep my master's wheel turning. All souls were prisoners, trapped in the pointless round of existence, leading distracted, blunted lives until death returned them, always in ignorance, to the wheel.
The coin is still turning.
But what hope had there been? One cannot fight the unseen.
Only then will the Scion of Balance be armed for his true endeavor.
Despair, Raziel. There is no escape.
It was then I knew what I had to do. I alone could end this.
Kain. Do you so enjoy death?
Yes.
Raziel. No!
Yes, this is how...
No! Raziel!
The Soul Reaver, pure of all corruption. This is what it is for. This is what I am for. The two become one. Both Soul Reavers together. And the Scion of Balance is healed. And I am not your enemy, not your destroyer. I am, as before, your right hand, your sword.
No! Raziel. This can't be the way.
And now you will see the true enemy.
Raziel. And it was then I saw.
So, I am revealed to you at last.
What in hell?
I am the origin of life, the devourer of death. I am the hub of the wheel, the purifying cycle to which all souls must be drawn.
Had I condemned Raziel to this nightmare when I cast him into the abyss?
You may ponder the futility of your ambitions as you spend a deathless eternity beneath a mountain of rubble. You and your Soul Reaver will go equally mad as the eons pass. The Citadel of the Apostates will become your living tomb.
Your words are heartening. For you would not fear us unless we could truly do you harm.
No! You are nothing!
False God. This is the end. The final turn of your wheel.
You will never defeat me, Kain. Pathetic creature. Pathetic creature. You will never break from the wheel of fate. You will never defeat me, Kain. You will never defeat me, Kain.
God dang, these are hard to dodge.
Your broken body will be buried here for all eternity. Your sacrifice has been made in vain, Raziel. I will bury you. You cannot defeat me. Your sacrifice has been made in vain, Raziel. I will bury you. You will never escape. Pathetic creature. Your sacrifice has been made in vain, Raziel. No!
Dang it. It's like the first time I've died in this game.
Feed the wheel.
Okay.
You will never defeat me, Kain. I have endured your game long enough. I will bury you. You will never escape. Pathetic creature. This defiance is pointless. Enough!
Ah, I jumped right into that one.
This is futile. Pathetic creature. This is futile. This is futile. No! I will bury you. This is futile.
In the meantime, you'd best burrow deep. Now at last, the masks had fallen away. The strings of the puppets had become visible, and the hands of the Prime Mover exposed. Most ironic of all was the last gift that Raziel had given me. More powerful than the sword that now held his soul, more acute even than the vision his sacrifice had accorded me. The first bitter taste of that terrible illusion. Hope.
Kain refused the sacrifice.
Oh gosh, and now the screen is just the destroyed version of it. Alright, let's turn this way down so we can talk. Okay, so... Man, what a fantastic game and what a fantastic series. So we got a bunch of answers. And a bunch of more questions. So a lot of it can be chopped up to like different timelines, to different points of view, to a bunch of other stuff. So we pretty much learned how everything came to be in this game. Even if you missed Blood Omen 2, which you don't really get a whole lot except for who the actual bad guy is. That Blood Omen 2 probably gives you more questions than answers. But I would say that this game, it holds everything that you could want. Let's just look at chapter select. Oh my god, it won't tell you. Bonus material. original opening movie, The History of Nosgoth, Kain's Arcane Tomes, Raziel Arcane Tomes, Training Room, Lost Levels, The Making of Defiance, Music Player, and Deluxe Pack. The Dark Prophecy demo, and the comic books. How interesting, they actually gave us the comic books. And then, is it all of them? Oh, see, two locked items. Oh my god, we missed so much. Training room. Oh, it's literally the training room. Well, what if I wanted to play Raziel?
Balfledament light time.
And it's crazy because we're missing a power. And then locked items. We actually got them all. Looks like we got all of those. Yeah, and we missed two. And we also missed only one. Forsaken Master. The Chronopolis offers insight into the planes of possibility that are infinitely indeed, and this vision of my eloquent form, a realm not my own, offers a tantalizing glimpse into what may have been. 'Tis best never to gaze too deeply, however, a risk becomes whole. So this looks like the this looks more closely to the Hilden Chosen One than anything. Yeah, and that's like a PlayStation 2 look, which I kind of like. And then this is the PlayStation 2 look, I assume, of this game. Oh my god, Legacy of Kain, I assume we unlocked by beating it. But it's literally the PlayStation 1 look of Kain. So we get the 1, Soul Reaver 2, and then this. That's awesome. And then Blood Omen before, after. And then I am actually pretty impressed because this is from... So the Fledgling Warlord, and you can see the actual armor look of what he would have been in Blood Omen 2. And this just has to be like another look, I would assume, afterwards. Because he had normal feet then, and now they are, he has the vampire fingers and his toes. So this has to be as he won it and as he's starting his, I don't know, his evolution. Because he's not full-blown Kain that we know and love. And then this, I assume, is what he would have turned into. So I checked it out, and apparently this Shifter Reborn is what he was supposed to look like. So the Shifter game is what they pretty much had in mind when they were creating the game. And then they got thrown on to making another Legacy of Kain game. And they practically just took everything, the people who were making Shifter practically took everything and just made Soul Reaver. And this was the concept of their character, and then it became Raziel. And this is, I think, the dawn of the Three Fingers and everything else, because... No, I think Vorador had 3 fingers. So that could have been just a coincidence. This could have just that because it's Raziel now. And then the Seraphan look. So we get a PlayStation 2 look of the Seraphan Raziel. Yeah, this is Soul Reaver 2. This Soul Reaver 1 Legacy of Kain, that's awesome. Angel of Death, Keeper of Secrets, and then the vampire. So one of these has to be, I would assume, the Seraphim look, and then I don't know what the last one would be for them. If I'm going to replay this, though, oh god, it's either going to be this one or it's going to be this one, because it's just too cool. It's probably going to be that one. Who am I kidding? And then, yeah, it's going to be Vampire Raziel. History of Nosgoth. Is it like the events of one? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, so that was Mortanius. So I was correct there. Yeah, I think it's just a full-on story of everything of the events. Ooh. Oh, yeah. It's like concept art and roughly the idea. But Raziel, nearly obliterated by the Reaver, realized that he could never escape this terrible destiny. Kain had merely postponed it. So yeah, that's the events I think of, like 1 and 2. The world of Nosgoth. Kain's legacy. The elder races. Ancient vampires. Ooh. The Great Wars. The Binding. The Circle of Nine. They gave you any and everything. That's awesome. The vampires, humans, hearts of darkness. The Heart of Darkness, which I think is very unique. So I will say that they probably retconned there being many and just said that there was the one. The Vampire Purges, the Unspoken, the Hero of Prophecy. So the Scion of Balance, who was Kain. So this, okay, the Reaver, the Soul Reaver, and the Wraithblade. So the Reaver was the Reaver, but when it got fused with Raziel, it became the Soul Reaver. And then because it's the Wraithblade in the Soul Reaver that makes it, in the Reaver, yeah, that makes it the Soul Reaver. Interesting. The Elemental Forges. So they have literally everything. The Wheel of Fate, Destiny, and Free Will. The Pillars of Nosgoth, the corruption of the Pillars, the collapse of the Pillars. And then characters. What do we got for characters? Kain, Raziel. So just Kain and Raziel as far as characters go. Locations. Seraphim Stronghold. Okay, some of this has to be locked because, yeah, we should have more of that. And then timeline. Before Nosgoth's recorded history, the genesis of the pillars, the formation of the Circle of Nine. Ooh. Nosgoth's early history, history preceding Blood Omen. The events, so this has to be like the attack. The necromancer Mortanius is possessed by the dark entity. Ariel, the pillar balance, is murdered. Okay, yeah, so this gives you the full thing. I might just do a couple of lore videos where I might just take some of this stuff and make some scripts and do some stuff for us. So we can actually have a full-blown timeline. Because I guarantee you by reading through this, I won't have to guess. Which they do explain a lot of it. Oh yeah, and even the murals are gone. The history of Nosgoth. Interesting. Yeah, just look at it. In the classic Blood Omen 1 outfit, that looks just too good. and we unlocked all the chapters. So maybe I'll just I don't want to look them up, but I might just so I can get all this stuff. Dark Chronicles. Prologue. Mobius gains the upper hand. Raziel and the... The Fall of the Ancient God and Epilogue. And then Kain's birthday.
Destroy me, Kain. I am the engine of life itself. The wheel will turn, the plague of your kind will be purged from this world, and on that inevitable day, your wretched, stagnant soul will finally be mine.
In the meantime, you'd best burrow deep.
Awesome. So they allow you to look at everything. So what's the epilogue then? Let's check some of this stuff out.
Now at last, the masks had fallen away.
Okay.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Please. I'm biding my time. My God. The Hilden.
Oh my god. Truly amazing. Yeah, and even has all the murals and such. Oh, so this Kain settles the score. So awesome, yeah. So it just gives you all of the cutscenes if that's what you really wanted. And that's the Dark Chronicles. So opening movie, the history of Nosgoth, Kain's... Oh, and this is all the bonus original opening movie.
Given the choice, whether to...
Oh, wow, it's the original. Sorry, it's just really loud in that cutscene for some reason. Right, we know we're missing that. Training room, Lost Levels. Intro to the Lost Levels, the Collapsed Pillars, the Sanctuary of the Clans, the Early Stronghold, the Underworld, the Early Forge, the Air Forge. Is this like movies? Oh wow, it's actual stuff. Legacy of Kain Defiance tells a tale steeped wreckage of history, long forgotten ruins of Nosgoth's ancient civilization, perpetually serve to frame Kain and Raziel's uninterrupted journeys of discovery. Yet, unlike immortal vampires, the Defiance team could not afford to spend the whole of eternity perfecting their craft. And unlike the pristine, purifying flame in which the legendary Reaver blade was forged, the real world crucible of game development makes few allowances for perfection. Production realities ensure that the wanderings of imagination are tempered, and the making of wilder ambitions are crucial. The finished article you now experience is the fruit of these inevitable cuts, indented upon countless times, streamlined, simplified, ruthlessly but necessarily hammered into its final form. Yet not all that is lost is beyond all salvation. Concepts left unpursued, assets left utilized, can still be resurrected to see a new unlife. Here are those of us behind Defiance Remaster present to you a selection of less fully forged adventures half sculpted pieces salvaged from the cutting room floor, more remains of the past of Kain and Raziel to discover alongside you. These curated lost levels represent a love letter to the Legacy of Kain community, the Legacy of Kain Defiance remaster team. Oh, wow. All right. Well, interesting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Making of Defiance, music player, and deluxe pack. What the heck's the deluxe pack? The Dark Prophecy demo. Now, the Dark Prophecy is what was supposed to take place after Defiance. It's supposed to be what the ending of this whole story is, and then the comic books. The Soul Reaver German comic book, Defiance Top Cow comic book, and then Soul Reaver Top Cow comic book. Is this supposed to be like the actual... Oh my god, this is awesome. What the hell is that? So that's a whole bunch of stuff in Soul Reaver 1. That's the old Hilden. Okay. Oh, Brazil. Okay, we'll just get to, yeah, pretty much this part. Interesting. What's the trimming? Oh, thank God that they have the translation. So they turned a couple of these games into comic book versions. Is that William the Just? Oh, I think this is just stuff to help fill in, like, lore. Interesting. All right, well, I'm going to save some of this stuff for later. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a video just dedicated to the Dark Prophecy demo. Whether if it's 5 minutes long, 10 minutes long, or an hour long, we'll do it all in one video. I guarantee you, since it's just a demo, tops 30 minutes to an hour, if that. I would imagine they put some serious ground in there. And then I might make some videos, maybe just for YouTube, of me reading and doing the comic books. At least that way I can kind of just make sure that they're cleaned up, try to, really give them justice instead of me just sitting here reading. I'll try to actually give them a little something. Maybe I'll even get some sound from... I don't know if there is sound with them or not. But we'll try to do something for them. And then I'll even do the Lost levels. I guarantee you, just by the look of the intro to the Lost levels, or whichever one I was on, they can't be very long. I would imagine they're just, like they said, um, just content they couldn't squeeze anywhere, and content that they had to trim off because they couldn't get the full vision off. But with that, let's just kind of think about this. So, first of all, this series was beautiful. I know I've been kind of running around through a bunch of stuff and not really talking about it. So, let's kind of run through all this. This game was fantastic. There's no way around it. The combat obviously changed on me, but when you really started getting into it, there was no block button unless I was just not doing it correctly. But it didn't seem like it was there. I could be wrong. I could have just been inputting stuff and never realized that there was an actual block button. But when you realize that the dodge mechanic and that you can just go into combo, special move combo, and just pretty much take a lot of people out, it's a fantastic game. Both Raziel and Kain are extremely fun to play. All of their moves are the same inputs, so it's not like, oh, I need to now remember Raziel's inputs. No, it's like, well, no, he has the same move. It's just his was a stab, Kane's was a slash. They both have the lift, and they both have some kind of chop stuff up top. They have the similar moves. Like, they made sure that they were practically the same characters, except certain things changed. Like, Raziel only really had telekinesis to like use as a projectile attack, where Kain could raise people up and just throw them on a spike, and it was the most satisfying thing in the world. Um, the feeding was a little bit different. Obviously, it was a dedicated button to something else, but it was fine. I think, just switching it up was fine because it allowed them to do takedowns. You had to have something for both Kain and Raziel. All the previous games were like B or a circle, depending on how you played this. But I thought it was, I think it's fine having it be like a bumper in this game because, like I said, it's out of the way. You're using like a square or an X to attack so much, and then your triangle or Y is your heavies, and you're really just mashing those two buttons. Now, you probably saw me like dodge jump really much, and it's because there's no dodge dodge. It's one dodge, and then the next one's going to be a jump, unless you let it kind of reset itself. But besides that, and that's not even like hate or anything. It was just really unique. From going from like the combat of Soul Reaver 2, which was a way cleaner, polished version of Soul Reaver 1, and the introduction of more weapons and everything, I thought was really fun. And I could see why they didn't want to do that in this game. And it's because you had these Soul Reavers. I mean, like you had the Soul Reaver for Kain, so there was no real reason to want to use any other weapon. And then Raziel constantly had his Wraith Blade, which made sense because they made sure to go, hey, all of the powers that you have had up until this point are there. The only ones that were an exception were the ones that Raziel had, and it's because I assume they got sucked out of him when the Reaver stole them. Who's to say? Because Kay never used it. Who's to say it wasn't the same? I would say it was the same Soul Reaver because he didn't have a Soul Reaver in Soul Reaver 2. Because Williams is broken on his, and then the other one is taken from Yano Soldrin. So, yes. So, yeah, it wouldn't have had, I would imagine it would have had, I don't know why it didn't have any of those powers. Who's to say? But then, like, you run through and you get pretty much all of the same powers. You get light and dark. They switched up to some of it where it was like water, earth, fire. We always had the fire one, especially at the end of 2. So, but, it was like ancestral great vampire forages. So it was really imbuing. And then when you get the balance forge, it's game over. I mean, you're running around and you have the most powerful wraith blade out there, and then there was no reason to use anything else. It was really cool to go through all the forges. I know there at the end I was like, okay, we're really starting to like reuse like, and it's like Kain went in, all of the ones Raziel went into, and vice versa. So you got to see them all twice, and I could see that that was like a lot of filler, but it was kind of nice because you would run through, and both sides were getting perspectives of the murals, and it was really interesting for Raziel's story because he didn't know which one he was, and he just assumed by the end that he was the Hildens. But in reality, he was the wild card. And I mean, I guess technically he was, but they were both. Raziel was supposed to be, I guess, he was supposed to kill Kain to get the Heart of Darkness out of him. But he was also supposed to die to him so he could purify it. And that was the crazy thing. I think that's something that they couldn't wrap their heads around, and it's because he truly had free will. So time couldn't predict those events. They couldn't see that coming out to be and all that. I thought all the levels were a lot of fun. More by the end, well, I guess not, because like every level, besides like the Seraphan Stronghold at the beginning, and some of the stuff at the beginning for Raziel, like they didn't overlap. It's like when you leave the Seraphan place and it's that forest area, they both end up there. Obviously 500 years apart, which I liked in 2 because you were seeing different versions of the same place throughout time. And I thought that was really cool. This is broken here, but this is pristine over here and vice versa. It was really cool to see. And then when they merge and it's just the finally they're seeing each other since they saw each other in, I guess, Soul Reaver 2, and they were like, oh, because Raziel doesn't know what to do. He's been, the entire story of Raziel's has just been people not telling him anything, and I completely understand why he was just so, like, I'm not trusting anybody. The only person that ever gave me answers was Yano Soldier, and I need to talk to Yano Soldier, because no one's given me a straight up answer. And this is something I addressed in 2, where he, like, if Kain just sat him down and told him what he knew, he would probably be a little bit more on board, or not believe him at all. I don't know. But that would be my guess, is that it would have helped their relationship out a lot more. But this game dropped a bunch of cool stuff. In Blood Omen 2, we realized that, the Hilden are who cursed the vampires. But now we realize that there was a whole lot more to that story, and that the vampires were being lied to by their oracle, or the benefactor, which I keep calling him, because they couldn't see him because none of them were pure. And they took him as an oracle, and that he was, I don't know if he was having them kind of, kill people so he could eat them later. And then, they started the War of the Hilden because they wanted them, because they were outside of the wheel, which ultimately cursed them with immortality, taking them out of the wheel. And then that doomed their whole setup because, they had built the pillars to keep out the Hilden, or to keep them locked up. And then the Reaver was the key to purifying everything. And that's what that was for. I didn't understand what the lock and the key was, because I assumed that they were together, which they kind of are, because the circle was supposed to be able to work with the Balance Guardian in order to purify the Balance Guardian to truly lead. But, everything got corrupted. Both teams lost and started this huge crazy thing, and a lot of it's, I wouldn't say a lot of it's Mobius's fault. It's all the Hilden's fault. They orchestrated, by taking over Mortanius, the idea of killing Azrael or Ariel that doomed the rest of the circle. And then the only person that was doing it was Mortanius, who broke free, I would say, enough to reinstall a vampire as the balance guardian, which was probably the smartest idea. But he used the Heart of Darkness, the last artifact that could probably make a vampire. I just assumed that he just made a vampire, but apparently he used the only thing that he could to make a vampire. And then history continues. Kain is resurrected. He kills everybody by choosing the selfish thing. The Hilden are released. And then this is where things kind of get iffy, right? Now we have not just a fork, it's like a full on opens up to like an 8-lane highway kind of thing. Where the original timeline, which I would say the original flow of how things happened before things started getting messed with, is that he goes through, he battles William the Just, or he battles the Nemesis. The Nemesis probably lose. He he rejects the sacrifice. He resurrects the Seraphan. Raziel's tossed in. He becomes a wraith. The first interaction with him and Raziel, he kiboshes him, realizes that there's something going on, so he goes back in the past. Raziel follows, kills him above the grave of William the Just, which may or may not have played differently in the original timeline, because it could have still been in front of William the Just, but it might not have had that mural of the first paradox, because it wouldn't have happened if Mobius didn't do anything. So then he dies there, and then Raziel goes and kills the rest of the Seraphan, and then ultimately becomes the Soul Reaver, where the Reaver is then absorbs the Soul Reaver, becoming the Soul Reaver, and he becomes the Wraith Blade. So then the next cycle happens where everything happens, and the blade is broken, creating the Wraith Blade. And then it's time, as we know. He rejects killing Kain there, or he gets sent back in time, kills William the Just, causes a paradox, and then the Wraith Blade is broken. He doesn't die at William Just's grave. He saves Raziel, which thus splinters another event where apparently Vordor and Janos are alive, and Janos either does or doesn't die by the Seraphan. Maybe Raziel never showed up during then, because he was in... I don't know, because that was post... That was post Janos dying, but that was pre-Vordor dying. So how does Janos Holdren get to the Hilden's place and resurrected? I have no idea. Probably has something to do with how Terrell ended up way in the past as well. I think that they just plucked him from history and then held him there. And then after the events of Blood Omen 2, he escapes. And then the events of Soul Reaver 2 end up happening anyway, which have the effect of Blood Omen 2 happening, where Vordor is either resurrected or somehow survives the big scourge, which these events, you could argue, help Vordor survive. They say he's dead. We never see him dead. We never see his head cut off. And I know it's a different timeline because the pillars break and Mobius is alive, which ultimately should have caused a paradox at that point anyway. Not to mention, his staff never really had any effect on Kain in Blood Omen 1. You could argue that his sphere that's like protecting him is the effects of his staff. And we'll just say that for that. And these are all just going to be kind of like my idea of what the timeline is until I go through and I read every document and make a video. But okay, so with that, Vordor survives, and then thus allows the events of 2 to happen. And then like they must have plucked Janos out, and then Janos escaped because we realized that you can escape the demon realm, especially after the pillars are destroyed. Wormholes can open up, and that they could arguably, it looked like one of the time portals, so we'll just say it's one of the time portals, and he was able to get home. And then then everything else happens. So it's a lot going on there. And then like I said, in this a lot of stuff happens where it after 400 years, 400 or 500 years after the events of 2, which were 30 years, before Kain's story, it seemed like things got shifted, or that there was some time travel that I just wasn't aware to. Because I think I'm really holding on to how long Raziel was in there and where the benefactor sent Kain. Because even he said, he's like 500 years apart from you. But when you go 500 years forward, because we know Kain's on the timeline of where the Seraphim died. Because I beat Blood Omen. I don't know what the speed or the fastest run of Blood Omen, but it technically only took me like a month or so to beat the game in its time, because you get like days for every save how long Kain was on his journey. It took me roughly a month to do Blood Omen 1. So a month after he's resurrected to kill everybody, we'll say. And then it's however long, and then it's 200 years, until the events of Blood Omen 2. And there's probably a little bit of time in between those, because he was destroying Nosgoth. He was making people pay during his stuff. But yeah, and then it ends up with Janos Uldren still dying. Vordor looked amazing in this game. I just had to say, oh my gosh. But when he's resurrected, he has to be resurrected with a tainted heart, because Raziel picked it up with the glowing eyes that we know that the Hilden had. And then I can only assume that it leached onto him. And maybe some of his time in the demon realm also leached on him. They just didn't have that tether until the things were broken. Because he might have got out, but went before the pillars were like where he needed to, read the prophecies and was like, all right, here we go, and then went from there. There's some kind of loop and all that stuff that I need to figure out, and I'm hoping the documents let me know. But we'll be doing a video here real soon of the Dark Prophecy demo, and at least the last levels. I'll start off with the demo, and then we'll do the last levels just to kind of fill some stuff up. At least that way it's not just like a quick video. We'll do, Dark Prophecy demo and lost levels. And then I'll, in my own time, stay tuned. Check out YouTube for them. I'll be doing the comic reads and my I'll probably be doing like lore videos. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Being actually able to talk about what is the Soul Reaver with all three of those things, where it comes to the Reaver, the Soul Reaver, and the Wraithblade, and really describe what three of them are and how they all came together. And I can use footage and all that stuff. So I'm really excited. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I could sit here and just ramble on. I think I've been rambling on for however long. I could ramble on all day about this stuff. This was a fantastic series, and here pretty soon, I want to say like in a week or so, we'll be getting the new game. So stay tuned. We'll be doing that. I'm hoping that these comic books are the comic books that are the ones that tie in, because I know there's a character in the new game that's from the comics, but I don't know if it's this. I never really checked out the comics for Legacy of Kain. I kind of missed them. But stay tuned. We still got some content. We're still going to be trying to do some stuff, and we still got one more game coming out here shortly. But with that, I appreciate each and every one of you. If you guys can't catch these live streams, go check out YouTube. I usually send over the full videos over there. Sometimes they kind of get a little bit messed up, so I apologize. But I try to do the best I can, and I always try to give you guys the quality that I want to give you. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and my footage gets corrupted, or something ends up happening, and I don't want to give you guys like bad content. But sometimes there's just nothing I can do. You know, like I think in one video I had like an hour, and there was just like stillness, and it's like there's nothing I can do about this. But yeah, that's more of like a my fault, but it affects you guys. So I'm just here now saying, hey, I'm sorry. But if there is a particular spot that you guys wanted to see, or any of the games, whether if it's Blood Omen 1, Blood Omen 2, Soul Reaver 1, Soul Reaver 2, or the whole Defiance, go check out YouTube. They're all over there. And I got a bunch of other cool stuff at YouTube as well. Oh my god, my cats are fighting. Also, check out some stuff, because I got the Fable series that we're going to actually be picking back up. I did like one video, and then I got absorbed into this. But we'll be doing Fable 1, 2, and 3, all evil runs. If you guys are looking forward to the good runs, they're already on YouTube. And we got the last tier of Nostal Gaia to finish up. But with that, I once again appreciate you guys. Go check out YouTube. Check out the Instagram and TikTok, because I've got a bunch of cool clips and videos over there. And man, with that, all I can say is thank you. Be safe, be kind, and I'll catch you next time. Bye, everybody.